Mm. Mm. All right. Okay. So today. Ain't that away? I want it that way. Let's get up into Obsidian. Alrighty. So it is time for us to um I remember this song. It is time for us to begin to code the things. Gotta code those things, man. If we don't code them things, who gonna code them things? Who gonna code them things? If we don't code them things, who gonna code them things? If we don't code them things, who gonna code them things? We gotta code them things. Mm, mm, mm. So, today is the day that we begin to code, but I wanna start this off a little uh, differently than I usually do, um, because there's something that's been going on in my city. Uh, there's something that's been going on in my city. I want to talk about it just so I can make a little video. Recently, this happened, which is down the street from me. This right here. Um, says a person of interest in homicide voluntarily surrenders. um, so let me go back to, I think it might say what, it was something else. There was a shooting near me, and what's interesting is that I was in the backyard at the time, and I was walking around, and I was, oh shit, hold on, what is going on? All right, what's up? What's up, Matt? So I was thinking, because I kind of live in a bubble. Even when I was a kid, like I kind of kept myself in a bubble. And um, the other day, it was the 20th, so that was yesterday. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I was walking around in the backyard, and as I was walking around in the backyard, I was thinking about, how was I going to progress in my life and doing all different types of coding and finding jobs and trying to be a better person and this and that and the other. What's up, official sons? And I heard some shots go off, like not regular shots, not like, oh, we just playing with the guns type shot, we just shooting it in the air. This was like a few shots, like a good number. Um, by the way, they have horrible aim. Just want to add that. Um, and what happened was they um there was someone who died, and he was a teenager, and it made me think like we're really in like different worlds sometimes. Like I'm sitting here, I'm in the backyard pacing, like not, I go in a circle, and I don't get on my phone in the backyard, and I just think about shit. I just allow myself to think about shit, right? And it just made me think, damn, that's, it just made me think about like, hold on. I don't know, it just made me think about like, it made me think about how like, when you focusing on trying, I am orange. I'm orange. I'd rather be orange than that other color. Um, I like to think I'm warm. I like to think it's a warm color. You know what I mean? I'm warm right now. So, um, oh, that's better. I try to get the color to exact. Yeah, there we go. I'm glad somebody pointed it out because that's basically what brown. Yeah, there we go. So I try to, because if y'all don't know, most cameras will automatically default to something that will make you look like, if you're white, the default settings will be amazing for you and you'll look really good. But when you have deeper tone skin, you gotta like mess with that stuff. So you gotta add some saturation to your you gotta add saturation. I started from the mentor. Black and orange make brown. Black and orange make brown for real. I started front end mentor like 2 weeks ago because of you. Question: what other resources do you use to learn HTML and CSS? I'm struggling a bit on the whole CSS side of things. Um, are you in the states official stance? This question is relevant to the this question is relevant to, you're not okay. So what I recommend, okay, you can use free code camp, right? I recommend using free code camp. Yeah, practice, because you're gonna have to keep doing those front end mentor challenges. Um, you can't just, I don't know how many you've done so far. Like, why don't you go to the Discord and send me your profile here. Send me your front end mentor profile, because you can't, you're gonna have to practice a lot more. Yeah, you're gonna have to practice. There's no if, ands, or buts about it. Um, Yeah, that's the thing. So I recommend you follow, as you, so the way you learn is that you start doing, like, say if you was doing any course, it don't matter what course you're doing. You're doing a course, as you do that course, you say, okay, how can I implement this in a new front end mentor challenge? That's how you actually learn how to do this stuff, right? So you're not gonna learn. You're not gonna learn if you don't. As soon as you learn something, you put it into practice. So say for instance, I'm just starting I'm just starting HTML and CSS. I do this one, then I move to this one, right? I don't know if you necessarily need Flexbox for this, but you could, because all you have to do is center in the page. So that's margin zero auto, and then you add padding to this box, and then bam, right? So you can do this without Flexbox. But as you learn Flexbox, like especially once you get to, because there's challenges where you're gonna have to use Flexbox and Grid. So by the time you get here, you probably need to know some Flexbox and Grid. Where should I send the link? Also, I've just started. Just send it in the chat. Send it in the chat. Okay, let's see. Okay, this looks good. Yeah, this is looking good. What? Hold on, let me look at your question. I started from the, I'm struggling a bit on the whole CSS side of things. You struggling with CSS? Let me see. You stuck on the product preview challenge? Product preview component. You know, we could do it together. You know, I don't mind like, you know, stopping what I'm doing and I could, you know, we can just go through the CSS together. I don't mind that. If you want to see how I do it. Um Let me look at your CSS again. Young Sarah. Sarah. I'm stuck on the product. I don't what's wrong with your, you know, one thing I see that's wrong with your CSS is this thing right here. But I get it, but I don't think you haven't started using Rim yet, which I understand. You'll get there. Okay, you got your media queries, HR horizontal rule. I think at this point you just getting your reps in. You gonna struggle, and it's okay if you struggle. Like, you're supposed to struggle with CSS. It's not gonna be easy because CSS is hard. So I've started to learn them in Rim, and also I think I need to learn grids and stuff. Yeah, learn Flexbox and Grid. So when you're ready to learn Flexbox, you just go to YouTube and you're like, okay, well, Flexbox tutorial, right? So you use one of these Flexbox tutorials, right? See, Brocode has one right here. So Brocode is really good. So you go to Brocode, you go this, here you go. So you do that, right? And then when you learn Flexbox from him, you go to Front End Mentor, right? And you try to implement that here. Like in this one, you could use Flexbox. So why don't we just break this design down real fast? All right, let's just go ahead and break it down. All right. So we got this design right here, right? So so we know we got the body. We got the body, and the body's right here, right? And we know we need to center this. So how are we gonna center this? How do we center this? Kevin Powell is great. Do you know how we would center this in the middle, right here? There's a few ways we justify content center. Yeah, that's if we make it flex, right? So this is what I would advise. So we have the HTML, right? We have the HTML and we have the body. I would set exactly. Okay, so what I would do first is I would set the HTML and CSS. So let's open a notepad. So what I'm thinking is that I want to set the HTML and the body to 100% height, right? So I'm gonna set the HTML and the body to 100% height, right? Then what I like to come in and do is I make another container, and I usually call it a global container, and I make that 100% height because I don't really like to fool around with the body and the HTML. So I would come in here, and then I would create a global container, and that global container is going to be 100% of the height, right? So I got my own container right here. Then I would set my global container to flex. So we have display flex right there, right? So now it's flex. But remember, flex defaults to row. You have to specify that it's column. but it's okay. Right now we're just trying to center this thing. Then I would come in here and I would say this. I would say flex direction, center, align, items, center. Right? No, we not. No, I mean we could, but we're not about to absolutely position this. That no, we. I feel like sometimes when you absolutely position things, it messes up. So we don't want to lead people like you absolutely position things that are going to be outside of the flow of the normal, like I guess box model or something. So I'm not necessarily like say for instance, if I had like an icon in the middle of this thing right here. If there was an icon right here, then yeah, I would set this to relative and then I would set this to absolute and position it like that. But I'm not about to do all that. Yeah, it can. So, like I was saying, so the first thing we're gonna do when we do this is we're gonna set the HTML the HTML and the body to 100% height, right? Because we want it to go from the top to the bottom, right? Top to bottom. So 100%, 100%, right? It's already gonna take the full width. So then I want to create my own container. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Nerxido is right. So then I have my own. I have my own container. Then in that container, I want to do flex direction center and align item center. So that centers it on the X and the Y, right? So it's gonna be smack dab in the middle. So then once I got that, I want to create another container. I'm gonna create a container right here. I'm gonna say, hey, this is my card container, right? This is my card container. Then I'm thinking, okay, so what's the next thing I do? So I'm like, okay, well, why don't I put two containers inside of this? So this is a div and this is a div. So this is a div and this is a div, right? Nah, we not doing no bootstrap over here. Nah, homie. No. I'm not saying bootstrap is bad, but no. All right. So then once I got this container, I'm thinking about the layout. Well, how is this container going to be laid out? Well, I just need two. I obviously need two sections. So let's say two divs or two sections. And then I'm looking at this one right here. So this one is split up in a different way. So what would I need to do? How could I do this? So what my first thing is, I want flexbox column. I want flex column on this because it's going vertically, right? So I want flex column. So call flex, right? And then what I would probably do is then I would come in and I would let's say I would say, well, this is all one div, right? This is all one div and it's evenly spaced. And then I would say, okay, this is another div. And this one could be flex too, but it would be flex row. And then I got my button, right? And the button is obviously the width is 100%. The width is 100%. But another thing you got to remember is that on this, there was padding. Hold on. If you look right here, you see how there's space, there's even space all around. That's the padding. So obviously there's some padding. So then I started thinking about stuff like that. So let's go back. Right? So then I'm like, okay, so we got this div over here, right? We got this div over here. But obviously we can see that there's some padding around here. And that will give shape to that box on the inside. So maybe the padding is like, I don't know. Whatever the padding is. Right? And then let's look at this text right here. Is this text is pushed to the left, right? So what would that be? If we push in text to the left. So these are the things that I'm thinking about. I'm like, okay, the text is pushed to the left. This is uppercase. This is obviously our H1. Yeah, padding. So we got the padding because some people would think margin. No, this whole box is already here. We just need some padding. Okay. All right. So, and of course this right here, I would do flex row. There might be some padding in here. There might not. It might not need any padding. It might be good, but obviously there's space between this div, this one right here, right? So let's do this on another. Let me see. Let me look at another. So like this one. I think I did this one the other day. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we want a responsive too, but right now we're just focusing on like just how we would set up and think about it. So I'm thinking, okay, this, can I draw a straight line, please? Thank you. You want to help me? So yeah, we just thinking about the layout. Oop, that's highlighter. So we got this. So I would create a container here. Oops. Oh, I can't do that. So I would create a container here. And obviously, this is centered. Right? So I already know that I want this container to be what? Flex. It could be grid. It could be grid. But, you know, a lot of people just default to flex. So we do flex. Yeah, that's at the top. We just talking about structure now. Yeah, that's in the CS. I usually put that in the CSS reset way at the top. So then we have another box. This is going to be our card, right? And then in this card, what would you put it? What do y'all think? I'm thinking I would have two divs. I was thinking that too, but put it in body. So now we have, let's say, yeah, two sections. Yes. Two sections. Two sections. And flex. Would it be flex row or flex column? I'm thinking it would be, you mean these? Nah, it's gonna be row. Because it's going this way. Row is one box stacked next to the other. One main div with flex and two internal divs. That's it, yeah. Yeah, there's one row. Because it's going this way. Alright. So, another thing is we have this image right here. I'm going to automatically try to make this 100% width. So, because sometimes I think you have to set the max width to 100 to make it work on default. Sometimes that's in the CSS reset. So then we come over here, and then I'm thinking, okay, well, how am I gonna structure this? I'm looking at the padding. So obviously there's padding here. There's a certain degree of padding here, and padding here. Then I'm like, okay, so there's padding around the box. It looks like there's more over here. This and this might be the same. I'm not sure. And then there's this. Okay, so then I'm going to break it up into individual boxes. So, oops. So I'm going to keep this, right? And then there's some there's probably a gap. I could probably set, yeah, I could probably set this to flex if I wanted to. Um, but of course, there's going to be a main box in here that I'm going to set to flex and give it a gap. And then here's this, and then this. So you, yeah, from pay, yeah. So you just got to break it down into boxes. You got to break that thing down into boxes. You got to break it on down. Break it down, man. Break that thing down. Right. So what I would recommend you do is to plan out your CSS. Think about it. Think about how you would do it. Those damn boxes. All them goddamn boxes. I hope that helped. At least that's how I think about things. Don't forget your CSS reset. Whoever said box sizing, border box, yeah. Okay. Do your thing. Do your thing. All right. So today we are going to continue on what we were doing yesterday. So I'm gonna start because I know y'all know we're doing the granddaddy project. If some of y'all don't know, I'm working on a big portfolio project, and in my big portfolio project, um let's see, let me bring up the Figma file. It's one of those days. All right. So we working on building this full stack project. Kind of full stack, you know. We're gonna use super base as the back end. So I have a lot to learn with this project. So yesterday we set up all of this. I already went into the index.css, set up the colors, set up these things, and now I'm making components. So if we open up Firefox, and we go, all right. So yesterday we started doing some of this stuff. So I am going to start my Pomodoro counter. Where should I put that thing? I actually don't know where I should put it. All right, y'all ready? Bam. All right. So, mind you, it's supposed to look like this. So yesterday we set up this part. So this part is already nice. But let me go in and sidebar. We're in the invoice header. With 182.5. What is Figma used for? It has all the design specs in it. Like if I click on this, then it shows me all of the things I need to know to actually like bring it to life. It has all the information here. Colors. It's like a style guide. It shows me what it's supposed to, what things are supposed to, look like. Anyway, um, so in the invoice header, let me put a border around that. Um, and then I can't remember. Is this gonna be items start? No. All right. And then it looks like there's gonna be, let me see. And then this whole thing has a border. All right. Let's do, it's already in the center. Let's do a padding top of about 10. No, it actually comes lower than that. Yeah, okay, we're gonna keep it right there. Yeah. So we need to work. See, it's supposed to be side by side. That's supposed to be lower stuff. Blah 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 blah. Okay. So let's go ahead and move this side by side. So this is the invoice header component. In the invoice header component, we need to make this, I don't think this is flex. Let me see. So we got filter by status, and then we got new invoice. So is this one whole div? We got the form. Maybe, yeah. Okay, there we go. And then I'm thinking, I don't think it actually tells us the gap. So we're just gonna eyeball that. And that's gonna be a gap of, all right. And I think, let me see the actual width of this whole thing, 730. Oh, it's 730. I must have said it somewhere already. Yeah, I said it right here. Okay, so it was already 730. And then, let me close this right quick. Okay. So then I'm gonna add the styling and the, you know, all of this in a second. I just want to get it together first. We already got space between. What is the height? The height is 52. All right. Now we just give it some space, a little space. All right. So let's see, what else do we need? So when there's nothing there, we're supposed to put that, and then here's the invoice, and we got a new invoice, blah 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 blah. Ooh, horror related. That's interesting. Filter by status. Okay, so when we hover. Okay, yeah, let's get that stuff out of the way. So when we hover, what happens? Hover. Hold on, I just saw it. Oh. So on the, I wanna get all these right before I even move on. Okay, so it looks like we have a hover, a certain type of hover on that. So let's go back to the sidebar. I think it's our moon. Moon. I think we could just put it, yeah, let's just put it on, yeah. So we're gonna say hover. cursor pointer. Oh, no. I think it's, yeah, cursor pointer. All right, so that works. Then it looks like this becomes lighter when we hover over it. So we want, let's see, how old am I? It says it at the top of my YouTube page, crazy. It says it at the top of my page, man. Why are you asking me such things? Such horrible things. Why don't I just turn this off? Ooh, mood lighting. All right. So okay, so where was I? Never ask a man his age. How dare you? How dare you? So yeah, so on hover, so it says new invoice. That's the only thing I don't like about Tailwind is because it gets super duper messy. Oh no, we're in the wrong place. New invoice. On this entire, yeah, this right here. All right, bam. But it also on hover BG on hover, the background is purple 1, but it looks like it needs to be like slightly lighter. That's too light. Okay, that's not bad. Or did it just need to go to purple too? Yeah, it just needs to go to purple too. Then we're gonna say transition duration by 300. Yeah, it wasn't that personal. I'm just playing. We just playing with you, or are we? Okay, so we got that. So it looks like I need to create a drop down, which I have never filtered by status. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. All right. Mm. Oh, I've never used Tailwind's CSS components. I kind of want to do it myself. What y'all think? Maybe I should use this. Yeah. Uh, I come get some. Thank you. First, you need a parent container with relative. Oh, okay. See, the thing about that is that won't it move? Let me see how I'm gonna just make it myself. Cause sometimes I don't really like the idea of using UI elements that are already made. I'll do that when I get into a real production environment. But for now, so let's change that a little bit. I'm gonna make it myself. So filter by status. We're gonna change this from a select to let's see, I just needed to say, let's say to be a H3, and then we'll just say filter by status. All right, and then to the right of that, we need an icon. Let me see. So the icon just stays up. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, I guess I can flip it. Oh, hold up. Is it always down? So it's down, before you click it, and then it's up. So it's down before you click it. Okay, cool. All right. So then we go to, so we got copy relative path, invoice header, and we need to import arrow down. Can I do it like that? Wow, they, oh, oh, okay, it doesn't like that. Okay, all right, cool. Good to know. So filtered by status, then it needs to have a image, and we're just gonna call that arrow down. Um, let's not even fool around with that. All right, now let's focus on, hmm, hmm. Okay, we'll figure it out. So now since we got that, we got filter by status, and when we hover over that, let me see. Okay, when we hover over just any part of it, it seems. So we're gonna hover, it's hover over filter by status. So then we click this, and then a thing pops up. So let's do that. So I think we could create a state for that. So all right. So this drop down will only show when this is true. It'll switch. So then, let me see. Where are we? I'm getting lost in my own sauce. All right. On click, we will set drop down to true. Oh, all right. And actually, let me make sure that's working correctly. But that's interesting. First click should change it to the first click should change it to true. Hmm. Why don't we create a function that handles all that? What's up, next gen creations? Okay, so when we do this and we press this, um, we want to show the drop down. So we want this thing to appear. So we need to create the drop down. On click, where is it? Where are we? Cursor pointer, filter by status. So it needs to be in this div right here. So we're gonna say, and we're gonna say, uh, keep going. I hope you make it one day. Thank you. So then we, number one, oh, all right, that's about right. Mm, all right, so that works. Um, so now we need to actually put things inside this thing. Um, so we got give me more information. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. So it looks like it has a little outline. Has a little outline on it. Uh, the background of this whole thing looks like it's a certain type of gray. What's up, TJ, with a 5.0? One 192 by 128. Getting closer. Let me take this border off of the... How do we add input labels? Tailwind checkbox. Oh. Okay, so we gotta start by stripping it of certain properties. So let's start with all right. So we start by after using that class, your checkbox will just disappear. Now it's time to design to build the default input styles. So let's see. We want it to be a width of, what the hell? Okay, so we just gotta start building the styles on that thing. Like, so we want the border to be, okay. Hey, that's all right. It's just not thick enough. See, it's not thick enough. So, okay, that's better, I think. Slightly, still slightly a bit, still, can we do 1.5? Oops. It said, what? It said, how dare you? Dare you say such a thing to me? Oh. It's thicker than, oh, okay. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let me stop messing with that. It just doesn't look right. You know what? We're just gonna set it to 2. And now it's gonna complain. It's gonna say we just should have set it to 2. So here we are back at, okay, whatever. Um, and the isn't it user select none that makes it so that you cannot highlight text when you drag on it? Thank you for saying that because I needed to do that on the filter status. I was thinking about that. I'm glad you said that. Filter, where are we? What is it called? User. Let me see. I don't know what that. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, buddy. Thank you. It's some VS Code shortcuts. You gonna have to learn them. And I think the background is gonna have to be purple too. Ooh, no. Is it one? No. Hmm. Oh, that's not bad. What's up, Amid? And then he said that. So we rounded BGY, fixing layouts. The box also has a margin top of 4 pixel disalignment. Oh, adding check state. When the checkbox is checked, the background of the box will be blue, and this will be rendered. Yeah, when it's checked, it wants a style. Okay, so let's go ahead and so it wants this in the middle. So let's see when, where, how, icon plus. Oh, here we go. Icon check. I love seeing you practice coding every time I come on YouTube. Thanks. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll click. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so let me see something. How did he do this? He said, I've never used the peer icon class. I won't be doing it that way because I think each button needs a state. I hate to do it that way because I heard there's different ways to do that, but based on what I know about React right now, this is the only way. So, um, so when I click this, actually, when I hover over it first, well, first I need input labels. Input checkbox labels and what they need to be in their own div. No, no. It's going good, I think. Oh, it's Figma. It's right here. I gotta take a break. Oh my. Oh my. Can't have y'all watch me eat like this. This shrimp is spicy as hell. I'm gonna have to eat this with my hands. What's up, Albert? We're just chilling. We're coding stuff. React is going good. I'm about to go back to my course in a second. because I still gotta learn new React concepts. What is jank prediction? What is that? I hear people talk about Flutter. Is that is Flutter mobile? Oh, that's cool. Cross platform. Right back. Be right back. Okay. Oh, oh my god. I had to play freeze tag with Malika. Oh. Jank is when your app lag and dry. Oh. How much? Okay, one more hour of this app, and then so I'm trying to split my studies up into 2 hours of working on this app, 2 hours of studying React. All right, let me put on some cool jams. Some cool jams, man. Last time I used React was like 5 years ago. I wonder how much has changed since last time you used it. Yeah, J6 is fun. Draft pending paid. All right, have a good one. All right, we'll come back to that. I think I can set up the invoices now. So we need look at the name of the video. It's going good. How you doing, Nav? If y'all want to listen to the song I'm listening to. Um, oh, so it has to look like this, by the way. This is what it's supposed to look like. So let's just put some dummy text. What am I making? Uh, I'm making a invoicing app in React and Tailwind. So I'm setting up my components right now. I don't have a no, nothing's wrong with the sidebar. The sidebar is what it's supposed to look like. You see? This is the sidebar. And this is what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to look like this. You might see a border because I'm working on this container right here, but that doesn't have any, like, it's rounded. It's what it's supposed to look like. No, it's not my design. It's from Front End Mentor. Yeah. I got a border. I'm not, see, I'm on a different container. See, I'm on this container. I already finished this. This is how it's supposed to look in the design file. See? Curved. There's just a border on this box right here because I'm working on it. Yeah. All right. So let's see. I want this to be. Ooh, the music is good tonight. Hmm. No, it's a design from Front End Mentor. No, I listen to funk sometimes, but I don't really like. I'm more chill stuff. I don't really. Yeah, I listen to funk for a little bit, but it's a bit too. Mm, I like atmosphere. I like ambience, whatever. The ambiance of it all. I listen to a lot of garage. So let's go ahead and add another invoice. So y'all can see the vision. What's up, Paul Free Time? Do I know you? The way you said my name, the way you say Chris, do I know you? um, oh, what's up? What's up? No, 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 you good, you good. Just the way you said it, I was like, oh, do I know this person? There's supposed to be a lot more space right here. Oh, there is. I just got it scrunched up. All right. Make sure y'all like and subscribe and join the Discord. I think I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna start adding the fonts and stuff. Oh, it's already there. Never mind. Hmm. How do I add a? No way. They were really lazy with this design file for real, but whatever. Oh no, they weren't. Never mind. I see. I see how this is supposed to go. Ooh, no. That's this is Figma. Oh yeah, nah, it's all right. Man, anybody know where I can find the Unicode for this? Actually, no. We'll just put it in dollars. What am I talking about? I don't know. I think it's I don't know. Hello, I'm Eric. I want to know, how did you start your coding journey? I really need advice. Create a sheet plan. What? First, stop using AI. If that was AI. Dollars in the local host, one on the right, look like pounds, English currency on Figma. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use freedom units. So uh where was I? Dun someone she has to cry. It's the only way. Let me be one now. Give it to you. All right. Hold on. Where was I? What did I put this as? Heading small. And then this button is actually, I'm gonna say, inside the button, going to have a state later. Because it has a few states, right? It has a state of, paid, pending, and draft. No, it's not my own design. And then so paid, so inside the button there is a little um square thing. And so why don't we go ahead and, it looks like that's going to be 8 by 8. Okay, well that should be green. And then we can make this BG a green. No, you're good. Don't worry about it, Brickside. Why Pac-Man is sleeping? I don't know why Pac-Man is sleeping. You said, is it your design because it looked bad? That's what you came here to say? Let's see. All right. So that's that. So we got that part of the design now. Okay. All right. So we got the static part. The next part is so okay, so it matches your handles. Let me, you know what? I wonder, can I do that? Can I go to the, that's the invoice header, the drop down. Where's the one that's absolute? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Oh, you can't transition block and hidden, but you can transition opacity. All right, let's see. So that's what I'll do. I'll say opacity. I hope this doesn't mess up any type of. We'll see. We'll work on it. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Like that. That's nice. Um, and then the next thing we got to work on in this project is, so yeah, so in the app, this is gonna have a few different states. So the state would be empty invoices, actually going inside of an invoice, like invoice editing, creating an invoice, which would, okay. What's up? How's the product preview challenge going for you? So what's the next thing? So we got desktop invoices, desktop empty. So there's a few states. So why don't I just actually, isn't it something like that? So the states, I think we have uh no no invoices. I don't know. Invoice details. Oh, it's time for a break. Time for a break, y'all. Hmm. Ooh. Whew, man. Oh, I forgot to put up the thing. There we go. What's up, Jay? What's up, Ibrahim? Or is it Ibrahim? Just taking a little break. I worked on this. I coded a lot today. How's your granddaddy project going? Last time I caught the stream, you were doing planning. We are, well, I was asking AI and it said that um, the best option right now would be to uh, start this invoicing app thing because the granddaddy one would take too long. So my plan is to finish this invoicing one and then go and start the granddaddy stuff because there's still a lot I need to learn about React before I move forward. Type shit. Who is Relish? What's up? So y'all like Bjork? Yes. I that's the only way, that's the only reason I feel like I've made it this far is because I've been building and learning at the same time. There's no there's no other way to do it. Like that's why, I think that's why people get stuck in tutorial hell. Is because and then the courses do a good job at teaching, right? I'm not gonna fault any course for doing what it's supposed to do. But I think you said or just vanilla CSS? What you mean? You said, am I doing this in vanilla CSS? You know I'm not. Those days are over. The days of vanilla CSS are over. After that last recipe finder project and looking at and those thousands of lines of CSS just repeating, yeah, I'm done. I'm I'm officially done with vanilla CSS. I'm not going back. Um, I think the real. I wish you a bright future and all the success in the world. Thank you. I wish the same to you. I think the problem is that people start learning how to code, but they don't build. The only reason I've made it to this far and I feel like I'm slightly competent is because I built projects as I went. Make sure y'all like and subscribe and join the Discord, by the way. I stream every day. I'm all right. I'm all right. Am I going to make? What you mean by that? When you say, "Am I going to make the function usable?" What are you talking about? Are you talking about this right here? Next gen creations. You mean, yeah. Usually in a React app, from what I understand, you start statically, and then we add functionality. So right now, I'm just building out, and I was just building out and fleshing out components, right? So we got our sidebar component, we got our invoice header, we got our invoice container, and then we have our actual invoice, right here. Is pausing to break like this really efficient? It's going to be efficient for me because I'm not about to work for 2 hours straight. I mean, whether or not it's efficient for some is it's going to be efficient for me because working like that where you're not taking breaks, like I couldn't do long streams because I wasn't taking breaks. Like I noticed that. Like I couldn't like if one of the first streams I did where I took a break, I actually lay down in the bed for like 10 or 15 minutes. and then I was able to keep going. If I don't take breaks, if you don't take breaks to stream, you can't have long streams unless you're just one of those people. Unless you're just in your youth, both, both next gen creations. You think I'm gonna do this for free? You think I'm gonna do this if I didn't like doing it? It's gonna have. It's both. Hell no. I do love programming and I do like money. And so I invested so much time into this because I know the money is coming. Is that Daisy UI? No. What is that? What is Daisy UI? I've never heard of that. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. I just made them. I just made these. It's from the design. It's from the see? And of course I added some more shadows, you know. I like my shadows. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not a component library. At first I thought I was gonna use a component library because I was like, how am I gonna do this right here? But I'm not gonna use a component library. Ooh, I love this song. Yes. Yeah, just go ahead and put it in the refrigerator. Alrighty. You alright? Step. Nothing. Alright. So now we gotta do some theory. Um Another question. How do you feel about the state of front end development and back end development with these? You were able to say AI in the chat? Nightbot didn't. Oh. Nightbot is slow. I'm surprised you can't say AI in this. You can't say anything about AI. You can kind of hint at it, but I'll answer that question. But be careful because it will. Yeah, I had to block people talking about AI so much. Another question. How do you feel about the state of front end development and back end development with these AI agent being prominent in this day and age? I feel like there will always be a space for competent people, right? People who actually like what they're doing. And now, mind you, I do this because I do want to check. Okay, but I do also do it because I love it. I wouldn't have made it today 102 if I didn't like this. But there will always be a space for competent people. That's just the reality of it. So, how do I feel about AI? It's a good tool. Why are you trying web dev, Trev, back end dev? Okay. Um, so yeah, there will always be a space. Hammers make carpenters more efficient. It's just another tool. Thank you for your honest answer. No problem. Hey, I'm 70% done with the Odin Project Foundation. Is it worth it? The Odin Project? I don't know. Oh, the Odin Project Foundation. Yeah. I mean, you're learning. Why wouldn't it be? It takes you through the basics. What do web dev checks look like? Like the check marks are the actual money. I haven't seen the money yet. Let's see. Average salary of front end web developer. As of February 2026, the average annual salary for a front end web developer in the United States is approximately $111,000 and $111,000 and 700. Okay, why am I pronouncing that wrong? $111,700 per year, or about $53.71 per hour. Most salaries range from blah, 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 experience level. Entry level may earn between 63 to 100K. Blah 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 blah. So there you go. There you go. Now you know. Now you know. What do you mean money when you said you're doing this for the check, right? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm doing this for the check and I'm doing it because I like it. You think I'm gonna do listen, that was a struggle that I was going through. I couldn't find anything I wanted to do that made decent money. And now I found something that I like to do that will make decent money. So it is what it is. I'm very fortunate to have found something that I like to do that will potentially make me money. Very blessed because a lot of people are out there struggling to not only find a job but find something that they like to do. Okay, so now since we did 2 hours of working on our invoice project. Why is that green? Why is that green? Why is this green? What happened? Oh, oh, oh. Okay. I was getting pissed. I noticed your first stream on C Sharp with the players guide, which I just got myself. How have you fared in C Sharp? C Sharp was cool. I don't do it anymore. What have you learned so far? You can go to my GitHub and look at my repos if you want to know what I've learned so far. Yeah, I was about to have a fit on stream. All right, so now what we got to do, let me go ahead and all right. What do you mean? You got to know JavaScript to know React. I did a lot of JavaScript practice. Just go through my videos and you'll see I did a lot of JavaScript. Put on some music and then we're going to start our next journey. Okay. Oh no. Do you automatically? Yes, you do refresh. Cool. All right. Um. Okay, so if some of you don't know, I'll tell you what I'm doing is I'm working in this course right here. And so now we're a part of the stream that I find very interesting because I'll be taking a lot of notes. Hold on. Uh, uh, Okay, so I'm going through this course about React, and I think I'm on this one. I watched these two or these three. I understand derived state. Okay, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna start. Mm. Okay, let me just go ahead and fix this right quick before I even move on with this course, because there is a problem. Because when we add items, hold on. Why does deleting the last item delete everything? That's weird. So let's fix that. So I think I should have a in the form, in the packing list, in the packing item. ID equals 0, trash, set trash. Okay, so then we come to set trash equals, so we add an item, let's say a burger, and then we can trash that, but this is just checking to make sure it's completed. So what I want to do is on click set trash to true on delete item, and on delete item, no, what we want to do is pass this ID, and the ID, each one of them should have a different ID. So let me go to this form. When we create a new packing item, we give it an ID of date.now. So what we really want to do is say, what we really want to do is go to this app. We want to pass in an ID, right? And then we want to say set items filter item dot ID is not equal ID. Okay, so we're only gonna put the items in the new array that doesn't match this ID, right? So then when we go to packing list or well, packing item, we need to on delete item pass this ID. Setting trash to true probably won't necessarily matter at this point. Okay, it still doesn't work. Ooh, maybe I need to save. Ooh, that's not good. Okay, let me check this. Nightbot is eating y'all up. What is LSP? Hmm. So, okay, so I need to figure out why is it that when I press this, so when I press this, it deletes every one of them. But when I press this, interesting. Okay, they should all have a different ID. Okay, let me think. So the form creates an ID with the date.now, which has a number of milliseconds, right? Okay, and so if I get it by the ID, handle delete items, and then we pass handle delete items to handle delete items to form handle delete items. You pass it to the form, which then passes this to the item, the actual item itself. And then in the packing item, we should have something called on delete item. Hmm. I wonder why is it doing that? Because the ID should be, hold on. I see. For some reason, they have the same key. Why would they have the same key? Huh. So let's see. So for some reason, let me see. Oh, okay. Hold on. Even if I do give them the same ID, hold on. Something I'm doing is incorrect. No, they have different IDs. They have different IDs but similar keys. But that's okay. Because we're just trying to focus on the ID. So they have different IDs. And we're deleting them by ID. But for some reason, it must be. Why is it deleting the whole list? Hold on, I'm forgetting something. Yeah, yeah, I know. Let's see, set items. So when I set items, hmm, let me think. So we're creating a filter, and when we filter, I would rather create a map. I don't like how this looks anyway. Hmm. Can I say this? Hmm. Hmm. What is Anna's archive? Why would I make that? Let me think. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. It's the hold on. Something isn't right. The items array should have three things in it, but it says that it doesn't. I wonder why. Is there something I'm missing? Which is the initial state. If I add something right here, then it tells me if I do this, then why does it say the array is empty? Hmm. I closed the chat like 10 minutes ago, so let's see what the chat is saying. Let's see. Oh. So am I putting an empty array? Are you saying that I'm putting... All right, so if... I'm pretty sure there's a better way to check. We'll do... I think I get it. There's still only two in this array. And there's supposed to be three. It's like it doesn't count this first. Still does the same thing. It still says there's only 3 items in this array. Maybe this doesn't matter. Whoever said switching these two things would even matter, well, I don't understand that. Because it's the same thing. Hmm. Okay, let me close the chat. I can't be listening to y'all. Let me close the chat. Oof. Y'all getting crazy. I'm gonna have to ignore y'all. Alright. Mm. Hmm. Let's read the chat. Let me make a in this message. Because that is very aggravating. Well, you can't. Well, you can't. When you can't. It's hard when you don't know something. And obviously, my understanding of something is messed up. But it sucks when you got people telling you 50 million things. So I'll just ban the next person every time somebody backseat codes. I'll just kick them. Oh. So here's the thing. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all right now. Let me get this together because we done had this conversation before. Number one, learning is hard already. Learning in public adds another layer of difficulty, right? Number three, when you begin to yell, like I don't like to say yell because nobody's yelling; they're just clickety clacking on their keyboard. When people begin to type things in the chat, um, like mind you, so that, let's say there's like 6 or 7 people in the chat, and they all have an idea of what should be going on in the code, and then it all comes pouring in, and this little concurrent viewer thing said 90. So imagine you're debugging something, 90 people are watching you, and the chat is like booming and saying you need to do this, and then people are talking about crashing out and all that stupid stuff. So I'm just saying, I'm just saying, is it really helping? I appreciate y'all trying to help me though. But next person at backseat codes, without me asking you for help, you out of there. You out of there, out of there, out of there. I think throughout this process of learning in public, one thing I've learned is that people don't like to see other people suffer. But sometimes I wonder, did the people who don't I'm wondering, did the people who know the answer to this, don't they do did they suffer like when they were learning? I That's a genuine question. Like I'm wondering, like the people who know the answer to this issue or know the answer to many issues in programming, did y'all suffer as you were learning? Like everything wasn't easy, right? Like there were times where you were like me looking at the screen like what the hell is going on, right? Right? Okay, okay, okay. Cool, 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 cool. So that's good. So the suffering has led y'all to become better developers. And that's why I think throughout these videos when I've struggled, I always tell people, hey, let me suffer. It's okay to suffer. So to the people who are talking about backseat coding and somebody was talking about crashing out and somebody um how do you understand spread play? I don't know what that means. Yeah, that's how we gonna handle that. That's how we gonna handle that from now on. The only way to help you fully is to understand the whole code and just join late. Yeah, people that's very common. People coming in the stream, they come in midstream and they're like, "Why are you doing this?" And I'm like, "Hold on, what? 100% AI is a oh don't type AI, you gonna get time. Oh, it's too late. 100% the way you're doing this with no artificial intelligence is correct. People skip this step nowadays. Yeah, be careful when you talk about AI in the chat because Nightbot has a long list of things to ban regarding AI. So you have been warned. Better to learn from the ground up. Yeah. I feel like there's so many programmers. I feel like there's so many programmers out there who are great, amazing programmers, right? Great, amazing software engineers, and they had so many days like this where they were like looking at something and not understanding it. Plus, I wanna let y'all know in the Discord we have a code snippets channel where you can post code that you think would help. Oh shit! Did y'all know that? We made this channel early on. We made this channel early on in the Discord, and we just post code here when things are going on stream and stuff. So yeah, that would have probably been a better. I should have said that at the beginning, but I wasn't. I wasn't. You know. Oh, and we also have an advice channel. So there you go. So moral of the story is shut the hell up and let me work through this shit. Okay, you want me to be good? You want me to make money? You want me to get this check? I gotta work, bitch. Okay? You want me to be good at this? You gotta let me struggle. But y'all can subscribe though. Y'all want to? Y'all want to subscribe to your boy? Y'all want to subscribe to me? Yes. Let me suffer. Let me go through. I'm trying to be good. How am I gonna be good if I don't struggle? My God. I'm not gonna say I enjoy it, but I'm gonna say it's necessary. Ugh. So, from what I understand, I read the chat a little bit, and I'm gonna say this. So now let's talk about it. No, actually, once this ends, we'll talk about it. Once this timer ends, we'll talk about it. Because now I am willing to. We talked about this the other day in stream how we have to ask people for consent. Yeah, but when you spend so long struggling, you figure it out. The feeling is amazing. It really is. Yeah, it's like edging, but for coding. I think. I think that. I think that we talked about this in the channel, but in one of the streams before. Asking for consent, right? Giving advice. It's something that people learn along the way. Some people are not ready to receive the advice you give. Some people are not ready to receive direction. You have to see where they are. That's why so many people who give advice aren't really like, how can I say this? I don't know. It's some shit you learn along the way though. You never know what people need, so stop assuming they need your advice. But I am, when this thing it turns red, I'll say I need your advice. Okay, I am ready for advice. So I'll say this: when I was in the chat, if y'all want, y'all can come into the code snippets and tell me what I'm doing wrong. Because from what I understand, okay, I read that somebody said something about that changing state is asynchronous or something, right? And they said that I they said that I need to switch this. So they said that I need to unpack the items first and then put the current item here. That's what they said I needed to do. Okay. Now, it's better for you to ask a question and we give you the answer to the rather than spouting mad code in the chat. Yes, because I won't lie. When I was trying to figure this shit out and I looked at that chat, I was like, I can't do this. I was like, did it just work? Is that all I need to do? Okay, so let me let me absorb this really quick. So from what I understand, why do I need to unpack items before I put current items? Somebody tell me. Help me. Okay, and I have a feeling that people are going to be very quiet now. Cause people love to see you when you struggling and shit, but now I want help. Help me, help. Why did I need to unpack items first before current item? Is it some way that set items works? Maybe it's because when you use the set items function in that use state, it just goes and erases does it erase things? Like it goes to current item first and then I don't know. What do y'all think? Do y'all know? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Is anybody? And everybody's quiet now. I knew it was gonna be like this. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it in my heart of hearts. It's too late, man. It's toboggan. We're past it. The people that knew what was going on have gone, and now when I have asked for advice, it will not be given to me. You think spread creates a shallow property, a shallow copy? Okay. So for some reason, the order of this matters. So when we add an item, looks like that's the only thing. For some reason, when I had it like this, it said, hell no. If I do it directly, then it just replaced the list, right? If what do you mean? If do it directly, then it just what you mean by that? What you mean by that? What you mean by that, homie? I've never used that pattern before. I don't know what that does. I didn't even know you could do that. In your okay, so Bruno, in your thing, what is previous? What does previous stand for? Okay, so we got set items, and we have that parameter. Oh, so set items already has. Are you saying that? Hold on. See, that's what I was thinking. And then people were yelling at me and I got upset. So are you saying that we have items here? We have the prev items, and then we do something like um I'm an Angular dev, very little React, but all you're doing with set items is updating the item state. Okay. With anything in the items array and then appending the current item into the array. Yeah, I know, but I understand that, but the order mattered, and I don't understand why the order mattered. Why am I even doing this, Albeta, when I could just do this? And it's the same thing. Way is the better way of doing it because setting state is an async operation. You need to accept the already there. You okay. That is the comment of the day. Okay, Bruno Almeida's way is the better way of doing it because setting state is an async operation. You need to accept the already existing items. Okay. So, okay. All right. Ooh, you can't talk about AI here. You have been warned. Who are you? That's weird, Connor, because I just looked at your channel and it looks like you do all different types of ministry, right? You know, so you understand what faith is. So do I need to really go into it? Interesting. That was an interesting question. Oh, more because you are passionate about this? An interesting question. Okay. The way when you add multiple at the same time, you don't lose data or overwrite state. Okay. Okay. I think I get it. Okay. Okay. So let me try to absorb the what you. Okay. So it's better to do this. So we already have the previous items. Then we just return that and put it in an array. So really we could still do. Does that affect anything? It does. Mm. That's weird because now when I click the first one, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Maybe I need to go here too. Maybe I need to do something like it worked. It worked. It worked. It worked. Okay, so let me read the chat again. Okay, so it's something I need to write this down. So it's something about how all of this is asynchronous, which I have not learned yet. Got my handy dandy notepad and shit. All right. Shit. So You know what? Why don't I just go to the React docs and look up use state? React use state. Okay. Call use state at the top level of your component to declare a state variable, right? The convention is to name says state like something, says something, parameters. You're in for a ride when you get to a synchronous program. Probs fair to say it's gave everyone. You mean like a sync and a wait? And I already did a whole. You mean like a sync, a wait, fetch, and all the API stuff? That took me a couple of days. That was understandable. I had no idea that setting items and changing set states and stuff was an asynchronous process. That was not explained to me. Should it have been explained to me? I don't know. Okay, so here we go. Updating state based on previous state. Yeah, I hope you have a great night heading to sleep. See you later. Make sure. Thank you, Bruno. I appreciate you, Bruno. Thank you, Bruno. Sorry if I was an ass. It's definitely not raining. I feel like it's before the 2023 right now. I subscribe with content. Oh, yeah. Okay, so updating state based on the previous state. Oh, suppose the age is 42. This handler calls set age plus one three times. However, after one click, age will only be 43 rather than 45. This is because calling the set function does not update state as a snapshot. State variables might look like regular JavaScript variables that you can read and write to. However, state behaves more like snapshot. Setting it does not change the state variable you already have, but instead triggers a re-render. Okay. Okay. Let me go back. Oh, look at that. This is what he was talking about. This is what I was doing. This is what I should have been doing. So what there's what's up, Joker? So what they're saying is that I also could have done something like this. I could have went um const current items. Well, const current items equal items. Then I could have said const current items equal items dot filter item does not equal item, something like that. So I got a snapshot of it. Then I go to set, I go to set items, and I do current, I do I could have just put current items, right? Do I have to destructure this? No, it's an array. It accepts an array. Oops, that did not work. Oh no. Do I need to do that? Okay, so that doesn't work. And we've learned our lesson. And we've learned our lesson. So going forward, because there was something else that he started teaching in the course too. He was like, when we, there was something else. What did he show, man? Yeah, when we do on click, was it on click or was it something in here? I don't know, man. Thank you. Thank you, Chihoon. Make sure you subscribe, y'all. If y'all like me, because I stream all the time. I stream every day. I stream every day. Every day. Every day. All right, let's see. So now let's continue in our course. So we fixed that. We learned, number one, we know we will use a callback. So let me look up. It said, he said, okay, cool. I didn't, okay. Let me look at my notes real fast. Because there was something else he said. There was something else he said. You feel like you're not working hard enough? Yeah, you can donate. Yeah. You can do a donation if you want to. Because I am broke. You can become a member. Y'all can become members if y'all want to. Um, I think you go to the you can do super stickers, super chat, or membership gifting or something. You can gift memberships. You could be doing more. Um, Man. Mm. And you're a computer science student? No, it's all right. I don't care. The you can become a member for $1. It's $1. That's good enough. $1 is good enough. 50 cents is good. A quarter. How old are you, bro? 34. It's this to do app. I'm taking a course. By any chance, do you want to code together? Like with me, I'm a web developer. I don't know what it's like to code with people. And I kind of already have my what I'm doing so far. I'm my bad. I'm looking over my notes if y'all are curious. I got all these notes that I'm looking over. Why's the all right? So, because he did explain something. He did. I'm gonna go back to the course. Okay, it's time to go back to the course. I've done enough talking. It's going good. Hmm, hold on. Yeah, he made a fatal mistake. He made a fatal mistake. Brother. Oh no, it's good now. I think we got it. Mantis. Man, he even put it in the course and I didn't even. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to go over it again. He even put it there in the course and for some reason I just didn't. It's called lifting up state. That's how I started this journey. I got fired from my help desk job. Nope. Yeah, you're right, Ari. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm going back in the course because he was talking about updating state based on current state, and I guess I didn't really understand, so I'm gonna have to go back and look up. I'm gonna have to go back into state and really try to understand it a lot better. But we should. I want to start coding too, but seeing you at plus 100 days and still haven't found a job discourages me. If a doctor was studying for 100 days, would you be discouraged that a future doctor, if they were studying for 100 days, would you be discouraged that they didn't become a doctor yet or a lawyer? What's wrong with you? Are you okay? So he did explain that we should not update state based on the previous. Hold on, how did he word that? No, no, no. Okay, so Brandon, no, 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 no. Right now, I'm doing a course. So we had a problem, but now the problem is fixed. So now what I realized after going through an hour of not understanding that problem is that I don't understand state in the way that I need to understand state. So I'm going to go back and study state. So my understanding of state is not where it needs to be, or the guidelines around updating state. So and sometimes it's and usually when people want to help, they can go to they can come to the Discord, right? And then they can go to code snippets and or advice. Yeah, I need so yeah, I realized that my understanding of state is like flawed, so I need to go back because if I understood, like, number one, he explained it in the course. Number two, I should have known that we don't up. How did he word it? He said you don't update state based on. Hold on, let me see something. It's Pomodoro. Yeah, he said we should not update state based on the current state. By the way, if anybody here is an engineer and you really want to help me, your boy is on LinkedIn and he trying to find a job because he's broke. So, I got a LinkedIn. I got a LinkedIn. Add me on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn. right here. What course am I using? Jonas's course. Jonas, hold on, let me show you real quick. I was using another course, so I'm gonna let you know how I do things. So usually it's this React course. I was using another course by Maximilian. I didn't like that one. What's my portfolio looking like? That's what I'm trying to work on right now. So you can just go to my GitHub. Maybe you can look through there, find something you like. I don't know. But that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to build portfolio projects so I can start going and look for a job. So we planned all of this either yesterday or 2 days ago. Oh, thank you, Malor. So I already opened Obsidian and we already planned on getting the job and how we need to do it. And then I'm starting on a bigger project. But before I even start my big project, I have to do another project and learn more React stuff. Do you feel yourself at problem solving? What do you mean? All right, let me go back to this. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Hold on. Did you say something about? Did somebody say something about AI? Yeah, we don't talk about AI here. Yeah, we don't talk about AI here. Yeah. All right. So the game plan is my game plan right now is I'm working. See, y'all came halfway into the stream, so we were working on an invoicing application, and that's gonna be full stack. And then after that, I'm gonna work on my big project, and this is gonna be full stack. Oh man, you should never did that. All right. So anyway, let me continue studying. Do I find what fun? I should write all these answers down. I'm about to stop looking at the chat so I can focus on studying. Let me pause this right quick. All right, let me answer some questions. All right, I do this because I already talked about it. I already talked about it plenty. So, and you can go to my day zero video. I wouldn't do it if I couldn't make it to 102 days if I didn't find it interesting. It just wouldn't work. You don't record for 102 days and you don't find something interesting. Money, the pursuit of money doesn't use. I don't know. Anyway, well, good thing I'm not in uni. So, so coding every day, and you can look at that'll explain to you why I'm doing all of this. Um, I code because I like it, and I code because I want money. It's both. Okay. I want stability in my life, and I want to do something I like to do. I love enterprise software. That's why my project is going to be something related to it. I used to be a leasing consultant, so it's going to be about that. So yeah, this is actually my big granddaddy project is about that. As software engineer who genuinely wants to help, I have to ask, why is it that a topic that is not allowed? It's your channel, obviously, so more power to you, but I am curious. As a software engineer who genuinely wants to help, I have to ask, why is that a topic that is not allowed? It's not allowed because, let me tell you something. Use it back, like, before the pandemic, I'll answer this question. Before the pandemic, before AI, people were learning how to code, and they didn't have to hear the constant negativity that comes in the form of, oh well, is it going to take this job, or is it going to do this, or is it going to do that? People were able to learn. I won't say in a vacuum, but in this space that really encouraged them to learn the language fully. Right? There was a certain degree of we want you to be extremely competent when you do it. Now it's like, how are you integrating AI into everything? I'm not saying that AI is bad, because I do use AI. Like, if you look at my past videos, I use AI to create exercises. I use AI to explain different things to me. I use AI for all sorts of things, but I do not allow it to code for me. So the issue is that nothing is wrong with the subject of AI, but most people, when they come in and they talk on a stream and they're in a space where they're giving where they are given anonymity, they are not going to necessarily have my best interests in mind when they bring up AI. So most of the messages I get about AI are, why would you learn how to code when AI is going to take your job? You should just use Claude. You should just use Base 44. You should just do this. You should just do that. Why are you coding? You don't need to use AI. I mean, or you need to use AI like this. So I have to ban all of it, because you got to think about it. 102 days of streaming this, and every day someone's coming in or leaving a comment saying AI is going to take your job. Before the pandemic, nobody had to think or listen about that. They were in their own little boot camps, or their own little cohorts, or their own little universities, and they were learning how to code, and nobody was saying that their job was going to get taken by AI. Okay. So I don't have any. So, and then, like, here's another thing. That's why I feel like doing this has given me a lot of patience too, because say you're learning HTML and CSS. As soon as you learn HTML and CSS, they'll say, hey, go learn JavaScript. As soon as you learn JavaScript, they'll say, hey, go go learn React. Um, they say, hey, go learn React. Once you start learning React, they'll say, why are you worrying about the front end? You should go learn the back end. You learn the back end, and I'm pretty sure they'll say, oh, you're using Node, well, you should use PHP or Laravel, or you should use, oh, you using this, you should use NeoVim, or you should do this, or you should do that, or da 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 da. The reality is that you gotta pick something and stick with it. I wouldn't have got this far if I didn't just pick something and stuck with it. So this coding every day and posting it online has taught me how to, like, cipher through the noise. However, just understand that once you have a job, you will use it as a tool to boost productivity. Don't pay attention to the doomers, but also stay aware of where. Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for, if I get on a job, they're saying, hey, I need to implement AI into my workflow to be more productive. I'm all for that. You giving me my check. I'm gonna do what you feel is best. But as far as when it comes to learning, I think AI needs to be used in a specific way to learn. But if you use it the way that some of these university students are using it, then I would have all of this shit coded for me, right? Oh shit, you got mega kicked out. I told y'all not to type AI. You got kicked out for I'm gonna help you out though. One is a warning. Two is a timeout for like a day. So I listen, and this is what I try to tell people all the time when they bring up AI. Yeah, you can't even use the term. I don't accept it anymore. So here's the thing. I am not There's no way you can live in this world and be interested in tech and not be bombarded by tech news regarding AI. You just can't. It I am very well aware that if I do become employed in this field, that I will be using AI to boost my productivity. However, Tech is not stable. Layoffs everywhere. Let's see. So, but however, when I am learning, I do have to create an environment that will promote me learning, right? It's weird because when people are doing any other when they're learning any other skill, there's not a whole bunch of people telling them there's no point in doing this. Couldn't agree more. I was self-taught and started as a junior and worked my way through the ranks. The best people I work with are problem solvers and generally love tech. Exactly. So, and another thing, most people on the internet do not have your best interest in mind. Even some of the people that are software engineers and are making uh content about what you should learn, they don't always have your best interest in mind. Sometimes they just trying to get clicks. I hate to see AI everywhere. I just want some new things more interesting. That MF called A appeared at my first year at uni when I was just scratching the surface with logical thinking. They're saying, "Oop, it ruined my way of thinking," and now I'm trying to fix that. If it's the JS and React course, they're both on Udemy. Yeah, they're both on Udemy. So I'm very fortunate that I took a stance very at the beginning of my journey. I took a very hard stance on AI at the beginning. Um, and I said, "Oh, okay, so GitHub is working now." Yeah, GitHub has been having some skit. It's been having some issues in the last 2 weeks, if y'all know. So anyway, started here and I August 30th, and I said I will not be using AI, and because I've seen what happens to people who we've seen the videos. They were coming out in full force last year, really, when people were graduating from their computer science degrees. They weren't able to find jobs, and then they would land on Coding Jesus's channel, and they wouldn't even know what a ternary was or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, to people in computer science, are you doing? And that's the nothing is wrong with getting a degree. I have a degree. I was about to get another degree. I was five classes away before I decided I didn't want that master's. The thing about school is that school is like a job, and a job is somebody telling you to do something for a check. Would you be able, or would you be motivated and driven enough to do this on your own? Would you be able to work for yourself? That's why most self-taught people fail, I think, because it's that motivation to give to yourself, to pour into yourself, to study. Where's the Udemy course? Yeah. Do you actually want to code? Maybe that's why you want to use those shortcuts. I actually want to learn what I'm doing. If you don't want to learn how to code, then of course you're going to try to use AI. You might not want to learn how to code. That might be the thing. You might just want the degree. You might just want to have the checkbox, the degree checkbox. And I'm not mad at you for that. The degree gives you networking. It's a checkbox for most jobs. Some jobs will say you can't even move up unless you have the degree. You could be hired as an engineer, as a web developer, but you can't truly move up without that degree. Um, it's important to get used to writing out code by hand when a beginner. It helps learn the intricacies of JavaScript, TS, and therefore better at problem solving. I ain't writing this shit by hand. I am not writing this by hand. AI. Oh, be careful when you post something about it. You're gonna get timed out if you use the words AI. Be careful. Got the degree and still no job. Yeah, I already know that there's people in their last year. I know that there's people in their last semester of their computer science program, and they haven't really posted to GitHub as much as I have in the last few months. All right. So we have truly, we have worn the topic of AI out. If AI was a person, it would be exhausted. Yeah, yeah, it's the Nightbot. I got the Nightbot set up to where you can't even talk about AI. So, you've been warned. And I got SaaS projects live, and you have truly been warned. Exactly. I just want the degree. I barely get taught anything web dev related in college. I'm practically learning it on my own, like non-uni developers. That degree is so important now. Especially that degree is extremely important. Imagine if you were a self-taught person, but then you had the degree too. Like what? But you want to know the truth? You want to know why most computer science students are struggling right now? Because most people who are getting their degrees are trying to find their way in life. I was one of those people that got into that degree program because I did not know what I wanted to do with my life. I was trying to find my way. I was trying to find some type of purpose, or and so that's not how it should work. You should find purpose before you go to college. Or maybe some people find it up in there. I don't know. I don't care if people using it in a negative way or not. You got to understand, when we on the internet, you cannot be soft with people on the internet. I've been on the internet. I'm 34 now. What I've been on the internet since I was 12. You cannot be soft with people on the internet. Once you have a hard down boundary, you gotta be consistent with applying that boundary, or people will just try to skip, hop, and jump over it. They won't respect it. Even GitHub, I don't care about how much someone commits to GitHub. I care what they are committing to GitHub. Is it projects they are passionate about, or are they just on some top five projects you should? Okay. Anyone here knows about event propagation? In college for computer engineering, feel like most computer science students don't realize that CS is theory, not coding like what they think. Bruh, 34. Yes, I am 34. I think you can get a lot of out of a CS career if you're really interested and not just in it for the money. But I'm interested and I'm in it for the money. If X doesn't use, oh, you tried to skip over the AI thing. Stop that. Stop trying to skip over the filter. Black don't crack. Even no core concept of C, even after completing CS degree. So it's probably like yeah, because people were doing the bare minimum in college. It's not that they weren't passionate about computers. There's a lot of reasons why I think people lose what do the kids say? They lose the plot in college. Yeah, all the resources that I use to learn are in the description. Oh, what's up, D Block? I like your name. I feel like that would be the name of some like gangster. How was your experience being with web dev so far? I started in web dev 2 or 3 years ago, and it's been a journey. I'm not switching to game dev simply because I have a passion for it. I still love web. I don't know. I like web development. It's cool. It'll be even cooler if I get a job in it. It'll be even cooler if I get a job and the people that I work with are nice. So I'm just saying, it would be nice. D Block was my nickname, but it's from the rap group of the same name, D Block. So yeah, y'all. I That's my story so far. If you keep growing on YouTube, you could be a web dev creator. Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna tell y'all why. I'm gonna give y'all a snippet as to why I started this channel. Number one, Look like I came at the right time. Hell yeah. Yeah, I was a leasing consultant. So my big daddy. Mm, ooh, oh, ooh, ooh, I should. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Somebody should say. Yeah, you're right. Whoever said I should mention AI, you're right. Don't mention AI. Okay, and then I'm going to replace the pinned message with that. Okay, there we go. Hopefully people will see that. And all right. Yeah, getting that first job is hard part, man, but my advice is to make projects you yourself are interested in, enjoy the process, showcase those. Creating things made me so much better. So I'm creating my big granddaddy project. So think he said, do you use the word that can't be spoken in your coding? He who shall not be named. AI is not Voldemort. I use AI to explain things like I'm five because somebody, one of the viewers, I think he's been watching for a long time. He suggested I did that, and it was a game changer when I was trying to learn asynchronous programming in JavaScript. Ooh, you did it again. Damn, you gonna get. Is AI going to increase unemployment? Why would you see? You see, you now y'all are y'all starting to see why I banned that word because people just come up in here and just start talking about nonsense. Would you be interested in the mortgage industry? In what way? You mean like working as a web dev in mortgage? I love enterprise software that has to do with managing inventory or logistics and stuff. I also like the whole okay, so the project that I'm gonna build is going to be so I used to be a leasing consultant, and I used to take prospective tenants from being a prospective tenant to leasing with us, right? And so that's a whole process. So what I'm thinking is I create a web app that is useful for property managers. Say for instance, you know the property manager is using a dashboard. They can see all the units. Each unit has a tenant in it. You know, if it's occupied, you can see work orders, right? You can see work orders. You can see what type of work orders are being done. You can see all their lease documents. You can see when their lease is up. It'll allow you to bulk send emails to people. It'll have a part where there's prospective tenants who come in and maybe they give a phone number and an email address, and we're constantly hitting them up. Um, you said that can be done by MCP. What's an MCP? Yeah, it's a CRUD project. Yeah, the software already exists. It's called OneSite. The software already exists. What I'm talking about, the software already exists, of course. But you see, people are still making ticketing systems for their CRUD projects on their portfolios. I mean, yeah, these things already exist. Sounds like a nice project for sure. Whatever you do, brother, start that and finish it. Trust me, don't switch projects. Finishing will put you ahead of so many. Explain what your understanding of the scope of what a web dev is in an enterprise environment. It could be pretty broad based on what you mean. I don't know. I don't know if I'm in a position to try to even go through that right now. This software probably already exists, but you should, yeah, it already exists. So, so anyway, my granddaddy project. Nah, it's not gonna be scary. It's not gonna be scary because I'm gonna take my time to do it. If I was rushing, like if I was in my last semester of my computer science program and I felt like I needed to get a job as soon as possible, like if I was 2 months away from graduation, I would be upset. It's not scary. So I'm gonna use React, Tailwind, Superbase, bam. I have my whole outline, and I'm gonna start working on this and fleshing it out every day. Not every full stack uses MCP. MCP is barely a baby and is built on core API functionality. Yeah, see, Brandon, that's why I ignore certain people. That's why you gotta ignore them. You gotta ignore them. You gotta say no. You gotta say no. Use happy Dom trust with buns. I don't know what that was, but that did not sound like it was rated E for everybody. Outside of Tailwind, how well do you understand CSS? I understand CSS well enough to appreciate Tailwind. Okay. If anybody has been, for the people who've been with me since like the early days, you understand why I switched to Tailwind like a couple of weeks back. Other devs love to tell you what to do. Haha, you can do things 10, 100,000 different ways, of course. Oh, somebody mentioned AI. Abby. All right. All right. So, yes, see, and that's another thing that has to be learned when you are learning in public, or if any of you want to start posting videos, people will have a lot of opinions and suggestions. You have to find a path that works for you. The fact you can do something 100,000 different ways is the beauty of coding, in my opinion. So people will say you should do it a whole bunch of ways, and then you have to say shut up. Do you have a good handle on React use effect? I haven't even got there yet. We're not there yet. But I'm gonna, that's why I'm learning. That's what, so my streams are usually split up between me working on a project and me learning theory. Exactly. There's hardly ever one way to do things. Coding can be an art form. Let the man do art. Is the title of the stream correct? Coding in the hood? I am actually in the hood. I am in the hood. Why do you think I'm coding? I'm trying to get out of the hood. For my portfolio, I want at least two, at most three or four. Yes, 100,000 ways, but you also have to understand the best 10 ways and then thoroughly understand the trade-offs of why you picked the one way you did. Listen, at this point, shit, as long as shit is getting done, okay, we can make it perfect later. Shit just needs to get done. Okay, jobs need to be, I toilet paper needs to be bought and asses need to be wiped, and we can't do that if we don't have portfolio projects and we aren't getting hired. Okay, do you want an unwiped ass? Okay, hence the use state. Yes. So on the list of things to do, use state, use context, use effect, and there's another one, something render something. All right. And use state is really whooping my ass today. All right. So, do we have any more questions before I begin? Before I silence myself and be. React is very tricky to wrap your head around. You've never used a UI library before, but trust me, it's worth it. I feel like React is worth it. There's a lot of jobs in Texas. Texas has a lot of jobs. Let's see. React JS jobs in Texas. In Texas. Look at that. VS Code, React. Oh, it says 3 years plus of VS Code experience. I don't have that, but I can lie about it. That's a mid-level developer. That's not me. I can pretend to be one, though. React JS front-end developer. Look at that. Thanks, Brandon. Brandon, where are you? Proven experience as a front. See, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. This is a nice one. You're in Florida. I was just in Miami last year or a year before that. Oh, Miami was nice. Miami, Florida is so much better than Texas. If Florida had my if Florida had Texas pricing, Florida would be the perfect state. Ugh, the air was so crisp. Have led several teams and love it. Love working with passionate people. Yes, Brandon. So to answer your question, Brandon, about the enterprise environment, I'm not sure what it will be like. I'm really not sure. Okay. I don't know, but I'm hoping it won't be that bad. I'm sure it won't be. Do you work with servers? I know how to make servers hacker proof using RSA keys if you're interested. No, thank you, sir. But thank you, sir. React is the go-to senior React developer. So let's look up the closest big city to me is Houston. So look at all these. Yo, I'm 17, live in Canada. Ooh. Once you need next year, do you think computer science is still worth it? I want to do it, but everybody telling me it's cooked because of AI. Do not mention AI in the chat. Um, let's see. You looking for remote? I don't care. I'm looking for job. I'm looking for experience. I want to work every day and learn what I want to work with a good team of people that I want to sit down and I want to code. I want to go to meetings and I want to get a check. So, Kristen, you can utilize your United States Air Force background and maybe land a job with federal contractors. Those companies love seeing that service on your res. You're right. I don't know where they are though. Am I looking for remote? I'm looking for anything. I'm basically a coding stripper. Throw ones at me. Hopefully, hundreds. I'm also interested in working internships. If I gotta work for free, I'll do that right now. What am I currently working on with my coding? Um, right now we are learning React. I have a very small kind of scuff card game project I built in React. If you want me to link, it's not pretty, but it's neat. What are you currently working on with your coding? Right now we're working on an invoice project. A lot of y'all haven't seen the invoice project, but we were just working on it. And then we are eventually going to move to the Granddaddy project, but the invoice project is coming first, and then the Granddaddy project because I got to work my way through this React course because the React course is really good. Jonas is an amazing teacher, but you know, and that's why I just need to go through it and learn some things. Why people come in here and post hate, man? I don't know. What happened? What did somebody post something? I don't be seeing nothing. Sometimes they retract it, or sometimes the Nightbot gets it so fast. What are you currently working? I have a very small. Why people come in here and hate post hate? I don't know, man. They do the thing. It's the internet. Are you aiming to be a full stack web dev, or are you just? From what I understand, this is what I understand. Most people aren't going to hire a random junior off the street to work their back end, right? They ain't trying to see that. So usually people start from front end and then they learn back end, right? Or they start front end at whatever company and then they eventually become full stack. I am not opposed to being full stack. These next two projects, full stack all the way, even if you get a front end job learning full stack is peak. Do you make websites? Um, yes, Roger. I make websites. I make them. I do. I make websites. They hate seeing a brother trying to better himself. You gotta ignore those haters. Full stack all the way, even if you get a front end job, yes. So I'm dipping my toe. Do you use WordPress? I do not use WordPress. Right? People like Kristen Coles are our industry's future. If no people like him, then our future industry is cooked. Nice t-shirt. Thank you. It's from Gonzales, Texas. Um, yeah, I was front end for the first 10 years, way more full stack today. I run a community of it and cyber professional. I just found you, man. I like your vibe. Oh, ooh, oh, no, 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 no. Oh, oh no, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, Evan. If you type in vibe coding AI, anything like that, it'll instantly mute you. But I'm sorry. It'll time you out for a few seconds. I apologize. Oh, your channel is cool. You have a lot of Lord, look at you have a whole listen, if I could grow a beard, this is his channel, y'all. I can't grow a beard. I got my CompTIA A plus last year. Alright. Code with Prashant. What's up? What part of India are you from, Prashant? IAM. What is IAM? I am a lead React Native dev for Neiman Marcus Group. Oh shit. Rahesh. That's big money. Fake it till you make it, homie. Hey Chris. What's up, Cherry? Copy here. I'm here still. I work in tech support. I was working in IT tech support. Oh, you're cybersecurity? Oh, that's cool. Beard tube up in here. Yes. If I could grow a beard, my whole life would change. Before I started this, I had dreads all the way down here before Bangalore? That's cool. What's going on? We just chatting right now. They had a lot more people come up in here than usual, so I was like, well, let me just talk. I'm actually working towards my CompTIA A plus. Last year, I got my first IT job. In January, I went to WGU. I finished like 10 classes in like 2 or 3 months, and I got my CompTIA A plus in a month. That studying was crazy. That studying I did, but I was motivated. I'm from Texas. Beard tube up in here. Fake it till you make it. How was your experience in tech support? I still talk to my ex supervisor. He's actually in the Discord. I should message him right now. I'm glad that I met him, and I'm glad that I had that job. No, I'm not an intern. Dude, pull me up on your live. Let's chat. Kristen, also, if you have had TS clearance, woo, they're gonna want. That's true. That's true. That is very true. I'm from Bangalore. So, oh man. You did a one-shot session of MongoDB. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, that's top chat. I need to do live chat. It says I was doing web dev, but I'm looking to switch into okay. Yeah, because you're switching the game. Video game. Yeah. Are you vibe coding? No. I'm surprised you were able to type that into the chat. Full stack with an emphasis on back end, I think is helpful currently. D block sounds like you have seen this change as well over the years. I started mostly back end. Net native was forced full stack. I know full stack is in my future. That's why I don't know why people will hate to see me. Some people like they'll come in here and they'll hate to see me do front end, but I'm like, well, if you're full stack, you gotta learn front end, right? What language is this? The language of pain and suffering and sorrow. I have a graphic design degree too. Twins. And look where that got us. Hi, Prashant. I'm learning C programming, but I'm aerospace. For me, I always really enjoyed logic and applications. Logic is so fun. What isn't fun is layout. I like layout. All good, man. It was great to tune in, though. All right, Evan. I'll see you later. Yeah, well, that will put you in front end naturally. I work with Angular on the daily now. Do you have certificates? I have A plus. That's it. Do 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 do. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Y'all know we got to get back to studying. Y'all know we got to get back to studying. Man, Nightbot is working overtime tonight. All right. Y'all, we got to start doing our work. I have talked enough for today. Before I begin, okay, Nightbot is doing overtime. Um, so y'all can join the Discord. Yeah, that's the plan. I'm working on one full stack project right now. Whew, Nightbot is wearing y'all out today. Good luck with that. Good luck to y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna start. Which means I will begin to ignore the chat. Why don't you change your LinkedIn to web developer instead of future web developer? Because I don't know. That's a good question. I can change that right now. That is a great question. Thank you, Rahesh. Rahesh. Rahesh is from, he works at Saks Global, lead engineer. Damn. Oh, you're in India. I didn't. Saks. Hold on. Saks, is that? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, apparel. Yeah, I knew it. I was like, yeah, Saks Fifth Ave. I'm not gonna put your LinkedIn right. I'm not gonna show it on the screen because I know you don't want people to see that. But don't forget to write unit tests. Leave me alone. You're right. What position am I aiming for? One that pays. One that teaches and one that pays. One that's nice. One that gives me the good type of stress. And maybe sometimes a sprinkle of the bad type of stress. All right. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was the same thing. One that has, now, Roger, you watch your mouth. You watch your mouth, Roger. Okay, we will add Jest to the list of things that I need to do. Install Jest and unit test. Okay, so I'm glad that you said that D block. So it's test. All right, got it. Okay. I am going to begin studying again. I'm glad that all of you are here. I was not expecting this many people to watch today. I thought this was just going to be our average stream with like 15 people watching. So if y'all would like to subscribe to your boy, make sure you like and subscribe. Chris, please check it. Check what? Um, how to learn backend development. I know Python. Uh, there's a wonderful website called boot.dev. That's a good place to learn backend development. Now what was I about to say? Oh yeah, y'all can become a member if y'all wanna help me out. Y'all can become a member, and the membership is $1. You can become a member for $1. I'm not gonna do. I don't know what special things you want from being a member, but I'll send you love, and I'll give you hugs when you need hugs. Oops. If anybody's wondering, one of my first full stack apps is gonna be this right here. Hey, it is what it is. I'm easy to please. What can I say? Thanks, Arpete. You want my feedback on what? Okay, so now I am about to start studying. Um, and prepare to be slightly ignored. All right. Feel like that's gonna be what's gonna happen with me, D Block. I just need somebody to take a chance on me. I am going to take a break. It was to the people that are going to stay. I'll be back. To the people that are going to go, it was nice meeting you. It is kind of chilly outside. It is kind of chilly outside, y'all. Chilly outside, huh? It's chilly. Be right back. Gotta get something to drink.
Dopamine detox and rewire your brain for deep focus. Watch next.
If you're struggling with a computer science resume that doesn't stand out, you need to know about Udemy. This weekend, I took a course in Agile Fundamentals. Now I've got an edge with a skill every company wants. Whether it's coding or project management, Udemy has the course to boost your resume. Check their reviews and try a course on Udemy to elevate your skills today.
I'm known to be this widely acknowledged iPad kid, but
You are.
what are you?
I'm not an iPad kid. Because it's someone who, listen, you're an iPad kid, you bring it everywhere. You have to be watching something on your iPad while you're eating. That's an iPad. Like,
No, it's not. Who doesn't like to have a nice meal sitting in front of them and they need a show? What am I just gonna?
why do you need a show? Like, go touch some grass.
I can watch a show outside in the grass. Hot spot? Like, what are you talking about?
Oh my god, man. Oh, it still doesn't work. I'm getting confused. I need to watch the video. Um, let me do this over. So let's remove this, remove this, packed item, stats, form, packing list. Hey you. What you mean, hey you? Alright, so now I want to ah ah ah. Alright, there we go. It's working. I am starting to understand lifting up state. Oh my god. Yeah, the problem was is that I was thinking about it wrong the first way, and then I was like, okay, let me think about it again. So now I got it. So now it increases this number like it's supposed to do. It's about lifting up state. I gotta. Oh no, this is just a practice project. It's nothing major. It's just I'm following a course. I'm trying, but before he teaches things, I try to do it myself. Hmm. There's a problem. There's a lot of React to learn. There is so much React to learn. Yeah, I got so much React I gotta learn. Y'all just don't understand. Some of you do. Well, before I go, y'all got any questions for me? Anything y'all want to know? Any burning questions? Do you recommend the course? I do. Any questions before I go? Before I go, before I go, before I go, I go, before I go, any questions before I go? Would you stay or would you go? Brum, 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 brum. Any questions before I go? Pop, 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 pop. It's almost midnight and I'm tired and I'm about to go to sleep. No questions? Nothing? No burning questions? Well, in that case, make sure you join the disc. Oop. Make sure you. Oh. I don't know who this is, but don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. Um. Hmm. I don't understand that. You know anything about function templates, or is this just a no? Anyway, so y'all can join the Discord if you want to. You can like and subscribe. If you don't want to subscribe, make sure you like. If you don't want to like, make sure you subscribe. And I guess that's going to be the end of the stream. I am tired. This has been a 6 hour and 30-minute stream. I'm all talked out. Thank y'all for joining. I will talk to you guys. What the hell is that? I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.